Hey everyone, this is Malkazar returning with another installment into the Final Fantasy XIV story playthrough. Last we played, we finished up the beginning of, it looks like Calusia, because we didn't get to finish the other half of it. Same with Amarang. We also got to do our first dungeon in Lakeland called the Holminster Switch. Yes, is where we got to defeat our first Light Warden. So apparently that's something that we need to keep doing, is just taking on the Light Wardens. And once we take them all down, then the light will dissipate or whatever. Hopefully that's what's going to happen. So let's go ahead and continue. We're going to speak to Elfine and see what he has to say. I could have just walked out. Well, the Castellarium seemed relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I should take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Bragi, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, Malgazar. I hope untroubled dreams find you and Alizé both. You know what? I'm just going to mock down. Straight in. It could go a wee bit faster. Potentially. Clumsy cricket, nice. Hi, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? Yeah, because it's been light for hundreds of years, or 100 years. I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any potions I spot come in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. If you're carrying messages for the guard, does that mean that you were there then? The battle at Holminster? A stalwart lad like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs, make himself known. I'm sure Glennard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. What if I don't want to? The Holy Priest. Professor Teach. Again, this is currently the end game area, so there's going to be a lot more players I run into here than when I was leveling. They're acting like this is like newly built. Say more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet today, sir. Can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. To think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in near 100 years has folk all riled up, and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a Light Warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. Am I the Warrior of Balance now? I really must apologize for Glennard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was a spark to their kindling. Eh? You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need to look no further than Holminster for proof of that, but attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and then, an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the Settlement Council puts bounties on their heads. And our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden's slaying even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays. A class of eaters that they have dubbed the cardinal virtues. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by the survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you could take down single-handed. Okay, so the warriors of light. Our virtue hunters had all been given up, but knowing the war of darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Let's look at them. That Hume over there is the oversized sword's grandson. He's in it for revenge. He wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. That Mistle lad is Lou Reek. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He just lost a partner, and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Sarek. Word is he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. And last we have Giat, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer and only healer. Something about needing a mentor's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have the look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted the patronage of a successful virtue hunter. You've got access to role quests. Separate quest line and story is now available for tank fit. Okay. Okay. In order to reach the final stages of the main scenario, you must complete at least one role quest line. You get the Virtue Hunter, the Wandering Stairs, to accept a quest offer. Is this the replacement for, like, the Paladin quests and everything? And instead of making a whole quest line for each class, they made one for everybody. And this is one I can take because I'm a tank, so let's do it. Can't say I've chatted with you before. Think I remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? I guess so. And wary besides, huh? Rest assured I have no secret designs. Name's Granson, bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard, the sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. Is that right? Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Morvenant. Prize, you say? Oh. Exposition? Yeah. Thought that'd grab your attention. The Kai signs the Phenom after one of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard this all before. Anyway, like his comrades, Brandon died in the process, only to return relative recently as a sin eater. The better to torment we few who survive their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all that. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Dikaio sign with me? Let's do it. Not a wit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humor me and prove you're the dab hand I think you are. For my sake, as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. So it seems like a side quest series, but it seems like we don't really have an option, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this first. They say you have to do it in order to proceed with the main story, or at least finish the main story. So that's it. Let's get it done. Whatever, I'm just going to run. I think I should have gone over and teleported. But now I get to see more of Crystarium here. Oh, I'm not going to run through your stuff. Anybody who's been watching has noticed if it's been dark lately, one of my lights apparently wasn't working, and I figured out why. It's because the system that I had set up to power the lights, wasn't able to hold, I guess, apparently power that one thing. So switched it up, and here we are. All right, let's go talk to this guy. There you are, very good. Sea Eaters we're after were sighted west of the Extensor Gate, so we'll need to head through there before we begin our search. Oh, and if you happen to have any objections to killing eaters for sport, remember that many were once innocent people. You'll be doing them a favor by putting them out of their misery. Trust me, I've already taken down my fair share. Jedi Joe. Got him. He's just watching me. Good clean work. This was clearly not your first time. Let's do this once more just to confirm it was on a fluke, though. Besides, the world could do with less Sea Eaters. Follow me, it shouldn't be too much further. There he is, way over there. Funny, that's like one of them, like, I need a healer, this one's I need a thing. Obviously, this is the tank one, but he's a Dark Knight, so he's a tank as well. Yeah, that'll do. You're exactly the sort of man I've been looking for. I thank the gods for that. My apologies for subjecting you to such a silly test, but I'd rather not have an amateur's death on my conscience. Let's head back to the Wandering Stairs and make this official, shall we? Wonder if this is going to be one of those ones where you, every 2 levels, like an actual job quest line. Let's get stuck in a tree. Need a level 70 healer for that one. I'm curious just to see what all these are. Level 70 magic DPS. Level 70 physical DPS, so it could be ranged or melee. Okay. This is the tank one, obviously. So just make sure you're still keen on our arrangement. Malkazir, will you join me and hunt the dread fiend Ikayo-san and put an end to his accursed existence? Yeah. That kind of data settled. Now every hunt begins with an investigation, and ours is no exception. Ikayo-san can be a rather difficult eater to pin down. Before we commence ours, we should do well to attend to our respective preparations. Let me know when you are ready to proceed. All set to embark on our great hunt, Malkazir? Then let us be about it. Before you ask, I have no intention of leading us out into the wilds without even an inkling of Ikayo-san's whereabouts. Norvra may not be a particularly large realm, even before the flood, but it'd take us a dozen lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So start by asking around the place. I know for a fact that Ikayo-san has attacked before, the village of Wright in Calusia. While I don't have a reason to believe he will return, I like to think that the survivors may know something of value. After all, you can be sure that they haven't forgotten the day the bastard came through. So let us be off then. Yeah, this is a level 72 quest, so I didn't even check what the other one was. Welcome to Wright. I reckon I might not seem much to you, but to me, never mind. We'll save the conversation after. Tracking down Ikayo-san is what matters right now. Let's split up and ask after the bastard. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Talk to people. What do you want with me? Ask about the dude. The Seed Eater, the one that came and killed everyone. Oh gods, is he here? Why are you talking about him? Oh, I knew I should have stayed inside. There's something but death out there now. Death and horror and eaters and gaga. Alright, where's the other one? Right out here. Yep, there he is. Despondent villager. Where did you come from? What do you want with me? Ikayo-san, the thrice damned eater that's the spitting image of Galgant Knight? Is that Ikayo-san? I can't help you. All I know is that when he came, he... Wicked white. If you could see the carnage, you would... I'm sorry, I can't talk about this. A little bit of lag there. That's no good. Well, learned anything worth sharing? I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us, there's no moving on from that. What exactly happened here? Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. Might have tried my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. It was about a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Yulmoran trader. Wilk dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about tying the proverbial knot, buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here that may not take much, but it's still a lot more than we had, so when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work, quality stuff, but it'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to Wright, the Kaya-san had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about, trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us, the gruff woodsman who had brought firewood to our doorstep in the dead of winter, both of them reduced to mindless fiends, just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or think. I started looking for Melinda. And there she was, alive and well. Our eyes met, and we knew it was going to be all right. We ran for each other, and even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there, right there in front of me, and the next, she was... The Kaya-san knelt and took the Fangs of Orthus, then left, leading a host of Sin Eaters out of Wright. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. Well, I could never say no to her, not once in the years we'd been together. For all the time she'd welcome me home with a bowl of hot stew, all the time she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. I swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. Takai-san would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones he left in my soul, an enduring reminder of the vow that I'd never dare stray from the path. There, all done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off our hunt. Still with me to the end, sinner? Let's do this. That's the spirit. Still have some unfinished business here, so if you could give me a moment before we resume, I'd be most grateful. That was 72. Next one is 74, so it does go up. So after this one, I will have to wait a bit to get the next one. Which is fine. I guess this replaces the job quests. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sinner. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it, as am I. Trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information as to the whereabouts of Takai-san. There was one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though, the Fangs of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore, and the Eater took with him when he left Wright. Sin Eaters are mindless fiends driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They have no need for worldly possessions. Yet Takai-san took the bracelet anyway, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique, or the sinless bastard somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the Fangs of Orthus, and I know just the man to ask. The Yulmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. But as I'd like to question it myself, though, I don't think it's an option. Even though Takai-san's attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft and have me clapped in irons. I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Malgazer. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive, so try looking for him there first. Can I even get back in? I didn't have permission to use the Aetheryte, so... Guess we're taking the long way. Give me 1 million experience each. Nice. I guess I can still get in. I just don't have access again to the Aetheryte. Come on. I'm just going to double check. Make sure I have permission to actually use this thing or not. Nope. Stupid. And what do I owe the pleasure that is your company? Things are worthless, you say? How very interesting. I should be glad to tell you everything that I know, under the assumption that should you recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a traveling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vubert, that glorious kingdom that fell with the flood like so many others. He spoke true from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan in right. Alas, she was one of the several casualties of the Sin-Eater attack, during which the fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance that the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not, regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently surface in Mortsuk, I am told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be well rewarded. Must be a fate going on. And nearby. So, what did our industrious patron have to say? So he thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. He'll probably not know where to head next if it wasn't for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Orthus, then it might attract Dakayasan's attention, assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. we go. Fine weather we're having today in Mortsuki, isn't it? Though seeing is a thing without value, that's a creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of Vobertite trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is a challenge. I'd say divide and conquer as before. Let's talk to Zinzin. Well met, well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a choker that once belonged to Vobertite royalty, you say? If I only had such remarkable treasure in my possession. But no, I do not. In all my years here, I have never even heard of someone unearthing such a thing. Yes, do you have business with me, traveler? Oh, the Vobertite choker? Is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're in luck, for my husband has yet to sell it. Once we realized how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him at all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to find him out in the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. What news, friend? He's over somewhere else. Ah, to think it was that easy. You have the luck of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory is correct, then so long as that scavenger has a choker, he's a target for the Kai sign. Not far, eh? Far enough to do this. Actually, you know what? Let's save us some gil. It's not even that bad. Why does it take so long to survey? Mercy, mercy. Oh, it's him. Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me. I have a family. Please, I beg of you, Please, please. I have to destroy him, I guess. Well, as sucky as it was that he got destroyed there, it could have been worse. He could have been inside the town. Give me a little scissor jaws. Oh, you got one too. Maybe missed the fun. This one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You can tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence itself. You can see it in their eyes. Like when Takai-san, don't tell me, you saw him? Yeah, and you took the choker and turned the guy. Wicked white, and you took the choker too? Damn it all. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. It's just like right. I was too late to save him, just like I was too late to save her. But not again, never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of the world, Takai-san. Vengeance will be mine. I'm right, yes. Neither time nor place. More eaters could be about. It's just every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Of her. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is that we'll both live to see another day. Pity the scavenger didn't, and the wife doesn't yet know she's become a widow. Sod it, I'll tell her what happened. I've been there, so maybe it'll help me to find the right words. Not that there ever are any. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Well, let me keep you from your other affairs, Malchus. We'll speak again soon. Yep, so the next one is 76. Yep. Cool. So I can go back to the main story. That was a nice little jaunt. I wonder what the reward is for finishing that, other than some cool side story stuff. Come on. Welcome back. Wonder if anyone sleep inside the city set an uproar, but will be retiring to your quarters. Yes, I will. In light of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns and candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir. Is the Warrior of Darkness going to show up again? Yep.
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness. It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who are with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin?
Yep, throw him a nod.
Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time?
Is that foreshadowing? Is someone gonna die?
I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
Meanwhile, oh.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Who's this? Doesn't sound like Lise. I don't understand why she wasn't pulled in, nor Kryl, but whatever. Yeah, meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magic facility in the Source. That's why. There's the meanwhile.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Estinian!
Out of my way!
Didn't even look like an Imperial.
Your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death. Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadowhunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own, they tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on another business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will
exactly does this black rose do?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill. Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
We could use those against the Sin Eaters. If they...
Every corner! Roll the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varus himself confessed that your empire was the creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Wonder if like the Black Rose, because it disrupts the ether or whatever it is, much like the Sin Eater's ether, if like it could be used as a counterbalance, like an antidote. That'd be very interesting if that was the case. We get a new title. Outlander, yeah. Not as cool, but it is there. What is... Say Aetherite. Yeah, Aether Current. Skip. Don't care. Grab this first. Begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I strongly advise you do not stray too far from Crystarium. Word has it that Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume they did not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. Let's take care of this first. Give it to Chathwick. Oh, I'm going to distribute it. Oh, he's up top. Awesome. Let's not get stuck on something. That'd be really nice. What I should have done is I should have checked the Crystarium for any other blue quests. That's the sightseeing one. Okay. Is that voice acting?
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft, here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
The only reason they would care is if they wanted the light to consume everything.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
All you need to do is remain quiet.
Enter.
He's gonna cast Doom on us and instantly kill us? That's Final Fantasy VI stuff. Vanish Doom. What a combo.
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. We are responsible.
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin-Eater.
What relations?
Transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage. My lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 sin-eaters changes nothing. The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace. But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry. In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy, promptly. One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
How do you know where we were? Or did he?
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
Exactly.
I fear he did. The general is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin-Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
He may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxanloft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia.
Really?
It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Generations of Minfilias? Yeah. What?
Of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it.
Then begin.
I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He will be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right, though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
Let's go. We're at war with the rich peoples. I think they should own everything. More exposition. Yes, you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness. I'm afraid most are out on loan at present. We are experiencing quite a surge in popularity. Oh, you wish to learn about the Oracle of Light? Then it would be my pleasure to assist. After I finish off some few outstanding tasks, that is. While I attend to them, perhaps you could fetch me a book. The Illustrated Tale of Oracle of Light, it's called. Though it's intended for younger readers, it provides an excellent summary of the subject matter, and the artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it to anyone with an interest in learning about Minfilia. But you must see for yourself. The book should be located on the level below. Should I say? For a while there was a place for everything here. Not everything is always in its place, despite my best efforts. In short, if the book is not where it should be, it would almost certainly be somewhere it shouldn't. So, good luck. Alright, so it's not there. Where's another shiny thing I can click on? It's in the middle, okay. Finally get it. Alright. Head back up. Come on, Alize. You found the book? Yes, this is the one. I hope it wasn't too difficult to track down. I'm happy to say I finished all my pressing tasks. If you want to call your friends over, we can begin learning at once. Without further ado, then. It began 100 years ago when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrent. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance, a maiden with hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known about her save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm, she became to be revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later, her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair of spun gold and eyes of clear sapphire, she was hailed as the Oracle Reborn, and came to likewise be called Minfilia. Enlisting in the Yulmoran army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. And true to her words, some years later, another girl was discovered who possessed the selfsame eyes, the selfsame hair, and the selfsame powers. Maybe I missed a line there, I was kind of looking at the artwork. She took the name Minfilia, she too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmore, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes the tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Morvenant on numerous occasions. And were it not for them, we might never have learned the Light Wardens and their nature. They sound like formidable warriors. Some perhaps, the truth is rather less simple. Though the Oracle is reborn of certain common traits, she does not inherit the memories or the knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the ways of war and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not, but all remained to face the Sin Eaters, and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmoran army some 10 years ago and taken into their care. Or rather their custody. She was a prisoner in all but name, for by that time, under Lord Vothry's rule, Yulmore had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of the war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to peace, so they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, say that she was in the Yulmoran's best interests for her to remain under their control. But then 3 years later, a gallant soul stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed, while I believe we now have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale, thank you for your time, Morin. Might I trouble you for a word, Malchezair? Outside. As you have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued the Minfilia was none other than our own dear Thancred. They have since been wandering the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had a chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Hydaelyn's emissary to halt the flood of light. It can only be her that the people the first witnessed 100 years ago, the original Oracle of Light. But while there's some connection between the woman we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt that he understands. The question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she has been captured, we may be certain he will not stand idly by. There you go again, talking in a roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. It just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear that this Minfilia possesses Hydaelyn's blessing. And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Malchezair? One's generally been enough, but fine, dang. How does it quite? I've seen you made up your minds. Is that the Crystal Exarch? Exarch, what brings you here? A report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed that the Ulmoran forces at Lex and Loft do indeed have Menphilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we can be certain they will move her to Yulmore ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. So if we mean to act, we should do so quickly. Which brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium. I don't know, man. Come on. There we go. Now we start getting the next set of 395 gear. Slowly but surely getting stronger. I like it.
You are doubtless eager to attempt Menphilia's rescue, and with your consent, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor left alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrand deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. Flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmor's ultimatum.
Yeah.
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
And there you have it. If Yulmor wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure.
Yeah.
At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Very good. Cease your preparations.
Who thinks like that? Start doing that in real life. Let me think. Ugh.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you orders.
Was that their salute? There she is. So you'll be joining the guard. But however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you'll receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? Yep, let's do it. Where's your salute, soldier? Copy her salute. Better. More spirited than the Exarch's feeble attempt, certainly. Now, first things first, you'll need uniforms. Go to the Crystalline Mean and report to Catalyst. She'll see you measured and fitted. As long as I can still wear my armor. I always had it, it's like, just get a uniform, and it's like, cool, I got the uniform. And then it takes place of just everything else, and it's like, oh cool, I have far less stats than before. Ah, there's the last of them. Your friends have been measured as we speak. Right this way, we'll see to it you look your dashing best for your first outing. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. Huge. I see. How goes it? Oh, it's the captain of the guard. Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's already fit. We do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well then, see to it. The uniforms delivered directly to the field. I shall take this opportunity to brief you on the mission. As mentioned earlier, we will deploy tomorrow to scatter dream powder from the air. Once the powder takes effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Our safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided wherever possible. I assume we're to be part of said unit. Correct. The unit will be divided into two contingents, one deploying from Fort Job and the other from Ostal Imperative. You and Alphano will join the former. Alcazar, meanwhile, will join the latter with me. Before you proceed to your positions, you will report to Chesamil at Spagarix. She'll issue you with a serum to ward off the effects of dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, my friend. We will see you in the field. It's quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of any Anamara from the Rookery, after you've collected the serum, of course. Oh, I don't need to talk to her anymore. Need to go down to... How do I get down there? Just go down this way? I know it's down, but maybe I can jump over this. Kidding me? Fine. Alright, so what's the nearest one there? Let's just go to the Aetheryte and see if I can find the way down there. It shouldn't take this long. I'm in the same zone. Yes, sweetie, is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard come for your dram, are you? Here you go. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you, it's bitter as sin. Princess Kiss, they call it, but if you ask me, it should be Crone's Kiss. Hee. Just aside, the stuff really is foul. Most people gag if there's no tomorrow, but if you don't drain every last drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself. But I must ask you drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old Crone a kiss. Well done, sweetie. Oh, hated it. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd even say you enjoyed it. And now you needn't fear falling asleep on the field of battle. Or on the battlefield, sorry. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, alright? They don't tend to grow back. You know what? I'm going to set this as a home point. That way if I die again, stupidly, I don't have to teleport all the way across the world. Yes, what do you require of me? And tomorrow to take you to the Imperative, eh? As much as I'd like to oblige, all our mounts are reserved for the coming operation. I fear you'll have to go by foot. But wait, there may be another way, assuming you're willing to lend a hand. I was about to deliver tomorrow to Radiska's Round, one of the locations whence the beast will fly for the operation. The tower lies along the route to the Imperative. If near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good, I shall ready thee tomorrow for departure at once. Radiska's Round is the north and west. You can take the road or you can fly, it is up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry and she'll give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Morrow, worry not, the beasts are trained to return the rookery. That is all. Go well. Sucks is not an actual flying mount, so I can't just go around and get all the Aetherites or the Aether Currents. Oh, just straight. I could have done it. I could have gotten more anyway. Oh well, let's drop this off. You're delivering that tomorrow to us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plans. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one is to go to the Imperative to the west. Please see to it the handler on site, Jelly Venthu. If you encounter trouble along the path, return to here and we'll set you rightwise. $145 yalms south. Well, I'm headed straight south. Is it up here? Aha! You know, I actually might take a moment to get these. There's only 2 left that I can find out in the world. Right there. I'm gonna deliver this first, though. Ah, the last tomorrow. My thanks, friend. You may leave the beast with me. Let's go get the Aether Current. Yoink. Almost got too excited there. We'll get the aetheryte. The last one's probably up this thing. There it is. I got all the ones I could find out in the world. 204 gil, it's right there. Whatever. There are a bunch of blue quests I haven't found yet, though. Probably they haven't shown up. This quest gives me one, though, I believe. Yeah, it gives me one. And a new weapon. Okay. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Ah, so that is the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to the Hostile Imperative, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her in the lookout across the way. So it seems that rather than Amaro delivering you, you delivered the Amaro. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. And a weapon. Yeah. I have to go in and replace that. Yeah, see, like, this is the uniform, I guess. And readiness for the operation, the Amaro will need to be treated with the same serum as us. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed it to them, a task I'm sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro launch and see to the four the beasts. Dismissed. Look at that, all these blue quests showed up. Excuse me. Yoink. We can check all these quests now. Stupid. Okay, so we'll do these, get the flying, because it's all three of them. I'll be able to fly around and actually do things. I think they're all, looks like they're all down, but let me go up here and see what's up here. West, but I don't care about that. Alright, so... Aha. This guy just falls out of the sky. Come on, click on him. I was clicking the wrong thing. I was just not close enough. Source. That's where I'm from. Hand it over. Speak with people. Lutu, sigh. Oh, cool. I'm going to waste my hollow ground. I'm clicking too quickly. I should move that up next time, I guess. Yeah, buddy. Wee. Nice. Okay. I'll get the map later. You're a lot faster. Go up these weird stair sets. I assume one of them is gonna be like, no, I don't wanna. Nope. They all eat it. The Amaro are fed? Yep. Good. The rest have already been dosed, so we need not fear any of our mounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units have now entered the final stages of the preparations. The time is nigh. Make ready and await deployment atop the main watchtower. I will send your uniform as soon as it arrives. That is all. May night smile upon us. On top of the main watchtower, like all the way up here? Heck yeah. About to commence. Your gear will be glamored. Okay, so it's just looks. Good. It's not going to affect my stats. That's what it just said. Awesome. Hey, it's daytime all of a sudden. Gotta have a montage. Doesn't look like Minfilia at all. Unless it's supposed to be like younger Minfilia. Is this essentially the empire of this world?
What now?
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Flying camels, that's what they look like. Yeah, nod. Do it. The first contingent has already entered. Let us follow. There you go, Malkazar. Mayhap you can lend us a hand? And Moon will occupy the enemy while we rescue the Oracle. Okay. Come, we keep close to the wall. And done. Oh, there's a healer. Damn, let's make it quick. You certainly took your time. Let's cut a path through this rabble and keep moving. We do not have time. Leave them to the guard. Yulmore may boast the world's largest army. But woman for woman, we are no less mighty. Girl power. Intruders, stop them. God, not again. Crystarium scum. There, have all of them on me. Look how these, they're not invisible walls, but these walls is blocking me from just running through. If you can stand, you can fight. Push them back. Let's get that healer. They're still more standing than I would have liked. We must press on regardless. The longer we take, the harder our task will become. We don't seem to be getting anywhere. Malkazar, Elena, go on ahead. We'll hold them here. Understood. With me, Malkazar. Right, bust this down, this invisible wall down. The way is relatively clear. Good. There she is. Quickly, free her. I get to give you a full half hour to do this. Thank you. Are you from the Crystarium? Correct. We've come to rescue you. Your weapons. Made them to the same specifications as Thancred's. Be ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. Let's rejoin the others and quit this place. All the trouble because of me. I'm so sorry. Save your apologies until after we've escaped. It's quiet. Too quiet. Never say that. Is that Ranjit? This will not end well. Brazen thieves. You will regret coming here. Will I? You will return to Yulmore. No. I won't go back to that cell. It is for your own protection. Ah! And the wrong button, that's fine. Pathetic. Are you alright? I'm fine, I just can't move. Stay there while I tend to these vermin. Tales do not lie, he is fierce beyond reckoning. We are outmatched. He cannot maintain this onslaught forever, be prepared to run. You will do no such thing. Wow, he's wrecking everybody. Just you and me. Yep, now it's just you and me. Be careful, Malkazer. You're made of sterner stuff than the rest. Will it be enough? I'll heal myself up. What can you do about that? Ukamats, do my bidding. Are you going to be the new Xenos? It seems you are no ordinary soldier. We have to fight you like 4 times. Ow. You are persistent. That I will allow. I have your measure now. The game is up. Yep, yep. He just pressed the win button. Know your folly. Was there nothing I could do? Really? Scripted loss.
You boy, you bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yule.
Is that Thancred? Yeah, buddy.
Thancred?
And he's a gunbreaker now.
So, you are the one who stole her from us. What if I am?
He's good. Dang.
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Ooh. Yeah, I was about to say, we're gonna run in front. Hmm.
Sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmor dare not bear its steel. Ilmeg, the fairy kingdom.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter the world's course. And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the source to the first? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
We should be safe enough here. It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
Minfilia, of course.
The girl, Minfilia. She and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Yulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Orianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim. Happily, having trespassed on Urianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Ulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish two things. First, rendezvous with Urianger.
Mm-hmm.
And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
Okay. Easy enough.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore.
Right.
And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us. Yes, let us have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
We've been there so many times, but I can't. Why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Ilmig is the fairy kingdom, as one might expect, is the home of the Fae folk. The most prominent among them are the pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. These powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere you're not. And we are now, I'm sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. As it stands, we cannot hope to find the way to Urianger. For that, we must convince the pixies to lift the spell. From what I can make of the voices, the creatures want to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find their village, Lija Loran. Come, I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly into their midst. Oh, I should mention that Minfilia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds in our mission. You may consider her an ally. Aether currents. Don't worry about getting all the rest of them later. Wanted to get one to get that on the list. Nice. Well, here we are, yet the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun. In which case, Malgazur, there is a variant of plant native to these parts with a distinctive furrowed tip. Looking grass is its name. So called because it could be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all this later, but first I need you to help me find some. Oh, if a voice calls to you, under no circumstances should you respond. You only subject yourself to further mischief. But what is it you seek, child? Perhaps I can help you find it. Yes, I know the plant, and being the kind of pixie that I am, I shall take you to it. Let's close your eyes and focus on my voice, set your mind adrift, and together we shall go to the ends of the realm. He said to ignore it. Ah! What is this one over here? Oh, arm's length doesn't break through that. Where are you from, pray tell? What brings you here? How boring. The picking plants of our village is as good as indulging our hospitality. And who are we to turn you away? Stay a while, stay forever. It still hits you, even if you ignore it. Take you met with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. I can assume your presence that you managed to find us some looking grass. Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see that the pixies veil of invisibility, and seeing them is the first step to dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Orian's little trick to good use. I've found you. The game is over.
Their souls. These two have been here before. Look, twins! How adorable! Oh! Lee, with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one. riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we? Should we? Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition: that you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urion J, Pixie's honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
Tedium. Very well. Blue. Wait a second. There's a blue one already. There's a blue quest. Sweet. Let's grab all of these quests. I'm so hungry, I might faint. Fruit, a little fruit will set me right. Will you go and fetch them for me? Just outside the village, you'll find a hillock. 2 great bell trees grow there. If you give them a shake, they should render up their sweet, succulent birds. Excuse me. Ooh, look at me, look at me. I have a task for you. Vitra Laran is our beloved village, and we want it to always look lovely, and it can't look lovely without flowers blooming. And no flowers bloom lovelier than Everblooms. So here are some Everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here, there, and everywhere around the village. Simple as a dimple, yes? Oh, I can't wait for the flowers to bloom. Perhaps I'll make pretty curtains out of them. Mortal, mortal, hear my plea. Our precious children are thirsty and I need to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they're the leaf men you see standing about our village. Adorable, aren't they? Now you'll go to the long mirror lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see to our children have a good drenching. But be warned, who have make their home on the lake. They tend to play rough, so have care. Oh, another gemstone trader. I'll talk to them real quick. Get that off the thing. I'm gonna head north. I'm gonna grab the Aether Current first, and then I'll worry about the quests. Pokemon. Undini. What are these little guys? Aww. Look like little geckos in like suits. Go for the Aether Current one real quick. This zone's really bright. Ken Guf. Had to manually say it out loud. Wait, isn't this a... Yeah, this is just a blue quest. Not gonna worry about it. I am gonna go get the Aether Current, though. Rose Bear. Bear of the Rose Face, cool. Gonna be up there? Right there, okay, so... I almost fell in. That would have been annoying. I'm gonna teleport over, it'd be a lot faster. I think that what I have is better already. Yep. There used to be city immortals here, a great big bustling place called Vobert or Bovert or some such. But the seniors came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we pixies have been living here, and we've given the old houses our touch. Lovely, don't you think? So hungry. Did you get the fruit? Oh, thank you ever so much. You saved me. You saved me from my boredom. You should have seen the look on your face when the bugs came down. Tee hee hee. Aye. You've done me a great service, mortal. If there's one thing we pixies are serious about is having fun. Dull and painful things? Hate them. Sin eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try to fight those monstrosities, but there's no fun in that. Best over them all together, I say. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, what did I just get? A new ability called... I got two things. Well, what is Sword Oath? Grants 3 sacks of Sword Oath after successfully completing a combo with Royal Authority. Need to change up my combos here. I have to practice eventually. You're done sowing the seeds? Thank you. This shall help lead your land live up to its name, which means Flower House, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live deep in a lush forest. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost all of it was swallowed up by the light. For a while we roamed, but we eventually found a place that men had abandoned. Together with our fellow Fae folk, we decided to make it our new home. The land of everlasting spring. This is our home, and it can be yours too, forever and ever and ever. The Triceratops. You've given water to our children? Thank you ever so much. They're all very dear to us. They wandered until Elmega, stray mortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch as well as we hoped. It's never too late, of course. How goes it, Malcazar? So, a mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yes, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worthy of the name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Oriange once told me a story about the pixies. They're born from the souls of those who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. And so they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure for years on end, sometimes even until death. In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul is likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such beings as sprites and arcane entities. Upon death, said core ordinarily dissipates alongside the ether that composed the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to a corporeal realm, either by the will of its owner or by the means of certain arts. In time, the soul may regather ether unto itself to assume another form, or find newly emerged life in which to abide. The pixies may be one such instance of this. If ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does it make us? I think you become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However, the pixies may have come into being. If we leave them to judge when they are satisfied, they'll never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures. But where to begin? It seems to me we would need to at least one of them among them to sympathize with us. I can speak. In the course of your chores, did any of you encounter a pixie who seemed even faintly amenable to reason? Beoul. What? You knew a pixie from before? Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact. You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare hope that you'll offer us a way out. Without further delay, then, summon this Beoul, if you please. Say Beoul at the designated location. No, I'm gonna go get this first. Even though I may end up going this direction anyway. I want to get it out of the way. Alright. Now I'm just going to go back and just get this done. And we'll worry about any others later. I think I have access to the next Cardinal Virtue quest, but it's not really saying it, so I have to manually keep track of that, I guess. A voice rings out in your mind. So my sapling has finally remembered about his lovely branch. But with such a half-hearted call, you may as well lop me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. Please, Beoul, I need you. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A sodden log could do it with more fire. Say, oh, love... Watch someone not be able to type this out. Loveliest of branches. Please grant me your succor. Exclamation point.
For you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting. But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
Sorry?
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood. All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
Just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Theo Ool, the mold field, it's been too long.
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never, never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No, you can't keep them either. They're for my amusement and mine alone. And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village.
Is that a bad thing? What?
Cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that, hmm?
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
We'll reveal the hidden vernic to you at once.
The fog is lifted. Whoa. That's cool. Like the building has some kind of wings on it. Magic wings.
So this is the true relic.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
For Alpha No Now's sake, let us be quick. It would be shame to return only to find that they had been made to play one game too many. Now the place we seek is in the abandoned manor of a nobleman and a scholar. Bookman's Shelves is called, and after the fellow's vast collection of tomes, I can speak. An agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you agree. Follow the path north, we should find the place. Come along. Yeah, I knew I'd have to go north eventually anyway. Oh yeah. Rainbow. Over there, that's probably where it is, in that area. Follow the road and hit this every now and then. See if maybe we find another one that's closer. Nope. Is it really still saying that that's the closest one? Seems so. And here we are at long last. I give you Uriange's humble abode. Come, let us see if he's home. Uriange!
Uriange, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way. The Exarch did send word that thou would seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
That's... Are you an astrologian now?
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Throw the knot out.
Run along, Minfilia. We'll meet you outside.
Why can't she stick around? Yeah, exactly.
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
Fine.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already?
Most of them. Except for Y'shtola. Explain. Killed a warden, and I'm awesome. And there's a war about to start.
That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come. There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile. Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed, for spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist, and those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order were no more, for the weapon spared not one, not even thee. An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy. To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery.
How do we get back?
That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency.
Oh, that too.
Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
Yep, those are all the crystals.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active; umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the two forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leergear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
More exposition. My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there is a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? Think of astrology? Indeed, will the night be lost behind the shroud of blinding light? Doubt not, but that the stars shine still. I have chosen to avail myself of their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. For a blessing, my prior studies of astrology did provide me with adequate grounding in the art. But enough of myself. Let us now speak of your task. As I did mention, if we are to enter Leergear, we must needs gain the pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter, presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavor. What do I do? Meanwhile, Malgazera bade thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. There's a blue quest. Yeah, buddy. We'll do the blue quest first. You know what? The hawkers are right here. Let's beat one up real quick. Because he may have me go out there anyway, so let's go turn this one in. Now at return, were they able to capture a hawker? Truly magnificent set of wings. Let's retrieve them at once to make fast their vibrant colors. Orion too should return anon, upon which I shall ready all the items for presentation. Please take thine ease. Meanwhile.
"'Tis done. The pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White auracite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed. Assuming you're finished.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl. Thank you.
Head pat.
I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me, which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the vessel blade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire. Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any.
Thanks for spoiling it. Thanks, Orion.
As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. It was there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Been a while since I got to see someone's past.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
How do you want this to end?
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, If all is in order, let us set forth for Leader Loran.
I wonder how that's gonna end. Alright, let's go do this blue quest. Okay. Flooded City. Reminds of New Londo. And a beautiful under here, though. Oh, it's nice. Decorate the stairs. Hooray. Onwards. We weren't expecting you all back so soon. We had scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey and biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest we've ever seen. You've done us a great kindness, and it's fate custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it. So, what is it that you desire? Rusty old coins like you mortals are wont to collect, perhaps? We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To that end, we desire entry to Lihagia. What a strange thing to wish for. You might as well ask for your death. But if that is what you want, who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others. You've clearly been busy, Urianger. Would you be so kind as to tell us what we've missed? Explain, 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 explain. So that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything else you can tell us about this Light Warden? Aye, my lady. By circumstances most tragic, the Light Warden of this land is our king and ruler, Titania. It was not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened our home, you see. Fought it and won. But all that horrible light came out and went and corrupted them, turning them into a new Light Warden. And now they're only king in name. Not remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal him in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we divided into 4 and wove each into a different relic. We kept it apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years, but we've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, custom demands it. Though you're most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we should at least let you try. That way, we get to watch what happens. Of course, you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics too. The shell crown is with the Fuoth, the stone scepter is with the Numo, and the crystal shoes are with the Amaro. Good luck finding them all. The facts thus disclosed confirm my known understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us hie to the lake, there to claim the shell crown from the Fuoth. If we call to them before the untouchable gate, they will answer. I think there are more blue quests that showed up too. Or at least one showed up. Really? All the way back up? Mendoxe, what a pain. Whatever. If I get there, I can teleport back, so it's not a big deal. I like the little rainbows around the crystals. It's just a cool touch. Someone had a Poogie pet. I think that's from the Monster Hunter crossover stuff, which is fun and awesome, but definitely not gonna do it right now. A lot of little side things like that. Okay. I'm gonna aggro everything on the way. Yeah. Untouchable gate. Hearken to me, O spirits of the water. We are come with an entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how the gate works. But if the Fuith are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake. Oh, I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. That's right, you can't swim very well. Well, no, Thancred swims like an eel, but what about you, Infilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, RJ? I'm not sure I've ever asked. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. Ridiculous. You too, RJ? That you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks, but I should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves. Well, well, aren't we a lively lot? And you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty for mortals? What a treat. Aye, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we'd humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course, you may have it. You shall have it. Just like that? What do you want from us? Oh, no need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us, is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we are Fuith. It's over before it's begun, and we couldn't care less what becomes of the Fairy King, nor the world for that matter. Having said that, we do so seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate, and come hither to our domain, Don Meg. In your tongue, it means forbidden realm. Sounds forbidding, yes? And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home wrought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us thrilling sport, and we will give you the crown. Don Meg is a dungeon, it seems.
Leave this to me.
Very well.
Oh, I don't have... Oh, this is whole Mr. Switch. How do you switch? I want to go to that one. I have to talk to them individually. So, Aranja, you're a healer? Yeah. That looks good. Well, let's do it. Jump right in. Seems like a maze. Kind of cool if it actually was, but let's see how straightforward it is. It's straightforward. Infilia says, it's like being in a dream, yet the dangers of this dream are very real. Be not distracted by its beauty. Water is love, water is life. Drink up, you parched souls. Ah, Afuath, and it's watering the plants? This one has increased damage. Okay. Earth. Cobalt, Crimson, and Cadmium. Morphos.
Together we shall overcome.
It looks like a maze, but most of it's blocked off. That's pretty. May end up having to make a 4th toolbar over here. There'll be no wilted flowers on my watch. Oh. Couldn't stun him. First boss. Let's have a look-see. Ah, our guests have arrived. That their chieftain should personally stand in our way. Candy cane. Alright, that's your tank buster. It's the Fueth way to give guests a smashing welcome. Am I paying attention? Oh yes, we'll smash you to bits. Dang it. To bits and pieces. Alright, you need to pay better attention for that, okay? Oh, they're gonna do it again. I don't know, has a cleave on it, so I didn't want to risk it. I don't want to hit all my buddies with that. Immune to slow, like all bosses. Or most bosses. Bravo, bravo, very impressive. Do keep up that fine form the rest of the way. Off it goes. It seems we must do more to earn the crown. Onward, my friends. Onward to your prize. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped a wasp nest. How very clumsy of me. Unfinal sting. My apologies, but accidents do happen. Or had it just killed something, just straight up killed it. Come and play in my beautiful garden. Oh, wrong button. Ow. I wanted to go sideways, not forward. You just sat there and just took the hit? Alright, second boss time. Curious, yonder creature doth resemble Grial, a beast of Volvertite legend. They created a legend, is that it? Our little rogue is doing a good job putting the vulnerability up on it. Alright, what does fodder do? Oh, do I have to block it? Oh, I have to block it. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so Timbeer is the AoE, Coiling Ivy is... Okay, so we gotta block him again. Can't block all of them, but we can block most of them. Oh, those buffs we get. Those things, not only was it making it so he didn't get buffed, it made it so we did. The beast follows short of the legend. Imitation will only take you so far. Cool. A palace of water. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Welcome, welcome to our humble palace. The crown, we found it. Aw, it's fake. We'll just have to keep going. Come on, die. Alright. It should be on single target at this point, actually. You know, so if you have range, you can actually attack while that's going on. But then again, these are also the ones that don't know how to do AoEs. Some conversation. Oh, nothing important. I have to do a dungeon for each one of these. Lake Lord, Ankthon. Looking fancy. We do like the name and name announcements now. It's a nice illusion, but you can't fool us. Time for a musical interlude. Oh. Don't look at it. Oh, there was no... Okay. Crippling blow, makes sense. Oh, sweet melody, take a phantasmic form. Philia's taking her sweet time. You mastered the melody. Bravo! For you, I'll play a song of terror. Whoa. Really gonna stand in the middle of that, guys? Come on. Give me a crescendo. Give me a fortissimo. Virtuosic Capriccio. Alright, it's gonna keep doing that over and over again. Got him. Sad face. The only problem with doing it this way is you don't get commendations.
Well fought, well fought.
Jolly good show. Oh, you do not hold back. But I would have it no other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes. But you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
I'm pretty.
More? I want to see more of him.
Yes! Yes! I could watch him forever!
Why don't we just make him one of us? Yes! One of us!
One of us, one of us, one of us! One of us, one of us, one of us! One of us, one of us, one of us!
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
You're changing the terms.
Wake up! Wake up, damn you! Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can. I'm sure you had your reasons, but the first rule of dealing with the Fwath is do not deal with the Fwath.
Now I know how to pronounce it.
Said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them. Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect. capital of the Kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside. All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
Pew pew pew. Sorry about that. Hopefully it takes me back to town because I'm going to be ending the stream soon. Got about 4 hours in today, which is pretty sweet. I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, rest a moment. There was nothing where we looked. How's there? Explain. Dear gods, we're not for Sorbonne's blessing, but I need to labor the point. I'm glad to see you safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried we were? To watch up on the shore, only to find you weren't with us. Oh, but I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Fwath kept that part of their bargain, at least. Well, there were certain twists and turns. Our work here is done with everyone none the worse for wetness. Well, thank goodness you're still there. Sulene, is something amiss? A great mob of mortals is marching to Ilmeg, mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be your friends, would they? Rather the reverse, I fear. The Yulmoran army, at a guess. Meaning, we can play with them? As much as you like, but just to be sure, I'll return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we will require your aid. If Alpha knows coming, then Alize will be too, yes? Can't have one or the other, you know. Alright, just remember, we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Don't worry, I've done this thing before. Indeed you have. Very well then. See you afterwards, my friend. Let's grab this quest and then go back to an area with the sanctuary. Oh, with our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the two remaining bearers of the relics, the Numo or the Nir, we shall seek them out next. Among the Fey folk, they bear the distinction of having abided in these lands since before the flood. They are also the friendliest to men and have served me faithfully whensoever I have called upon them. Indeed, they are the source of much of the knowledge I have acquired in my time here. The path leadeth past my dwellings. Let us away. Okay, so I'm going to teleport over. Hopefully this is a sanctuary area. You have entered a sanctuary. Awesome. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. I'm going to end the recording as well. I will catch you guys next time.